Yo, what is going on, guys? Welcome to this really cool front-end application. This is an e-commerce landing page. We're gonna build this out with React. There's no real functionality here, like there's no backend. It's just a front-end application. So if you're looking to get into front-end web development, this is a really good starting point. I'm gonna show you some really cool stuff. We're gonna add these animations. We're gonna add a cart from the side that opens. We have this really cool slider. It's all reusable. This is all reusable. You can see we have this really cool hover animation and this offset. So it goes from one side to the other. We have this really nice Masonry layout with the products stacked on top of each other. And we have this accordion section, the FAQs. This accordion component was custom made in Framer Motion. So you will learn a lot here. We're going to use Typescript, React, Tailwind, Material UI, all the most advanced stuff. Everything yet you can use in your job, and all this stuff is really usable, so you can build on top of it. You can use it in your project. We have some really cool animations. I'm going to make sure I show you all the best practices, and you will really learn a lot from this. Also, this video was not pre-recorded. I did not have the project made beforehand, so this is all going to be live. I'm going to go through it with you. This is the first time I'm going to build it. When you go into the video, I don't have it pre-made, so I will have bugs and I will show you guys how I can fix them. We'll learn together how we can approach problems, and I hope this video helps you out. So let's get into it. Okay, let's start by creating our React app. We're going to use Vite. I'm not going to use create React app if that's what you're used to, because Vite is a lot more convenient. So to start with, let's type yarn create Vite, enter. I'm gonna call it client. I'm gonna choose React as my framework with TypeScript support. Okay, now we have our basic app set up. What we need to do next is go into our directory called client and simply run yarn install. This is going to install all our dependencies for React. Won't take too long. Let's just wait it out. Okay, now we have our app set up. So first, let's just quickly install all the things we need to start this project. I need Tailwind, so let's just do Tailwind first. Yarn add -d Tailwind CSS. I'm sorry. Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer. Enter. Now we need to create the CSS file, so yarn tailwind CSS init -p, enter, and we basically have Tailwind set up. We just need to copy a few things. That shouldn't take too long. Next, we want our dependencies. So for this project, we're using Material UI. So for that, let's just simply add MUI/material. This is MUI 5, emotion, React, emotion styled. I need the MUI labs. I'll use the MUI icons because it's just a lot more convenient. Icon/material. We're gonna use Framer Motion for animation, so Framer Motion. Oh my god. Yeah, sometimes typos are inevitable. So press enter. Okay, material, there's something wrong with the... Oh, I forgot to add. Okay. Yeah, sometimes this is gonna happen. Don't get discouraged if you forget stuff. It's perfectly normal. So let's just wait for all of this to install. Hopefully there's no typos. Sometimes there are issues. Okay, so our dependencies are done. Let's just quickly go into the folder, and there we have everything here. So first thing we need to do is go into our Tailwind file, go into content, and just tell Tailwind where it needs to basically access the full files and folders. So since we're using source, actually, you know, sometimes I do forget how to the exact syntax. So let's just go to Tailwind, React, and just copy it from there, just to be sure. Yeah, okay, it's just the directory. So let me just copy this. I normally write these down. I don't like remembering a lot of things, and there's no point in remembering everything. You don't have to. It's just gonna be a headache. And if you feel like you don't remember everything, that's fine. I also don't remember most of the time. I just write them down so I don't have to. So let's see what's happening here. Basically, what's happening is that I'm telling Tailwind to access the source folder and every folder inside, and every file inside every folder. So the double star is a folder, the single star is a file. So basically any folder you make or any folder inside a folder you make, it'll let Tailwind access it. And just to tell Tailwind that the extension has to be JavaScript, JSX, TSX, and TS. So TypeScript or JavaScript. Press save. Let's go back. Now we need to copy these. These are the utilities Tailwind gives us to use the class names. Let's go to our index.css. Let me delete everything and paste this here. We don't need app.css, and we can just remove all of this. Let me remove it from here. Give it a return statement with a div. Let's give an h1 inside with app. Save. And I think we're good to go. Let me go back. Yarn dev. Press enter. Let's go to our app. And there we go. We have our app. So the first thing we want to do is build out the navbar for our app. So this can be done rather quickly. The first thing we want to do is inside our source folder, I'm going to create a folder called layouts. Layouts is basically whatever you want to surround your app, basically. So for example, if I have a navbar, I don't want to re-render the navbar every time I change my page or something. So this is something that lets you put everything that you don't want to repeat every time in one file. So let me make a page layout dot tsx. Let's call this, let's do an RAFC. We have our layout. I'm quickly going to create types for this. So type page layout props, and I want to give it a children prop so I can basically give JSX element, past JSX elements as children. So react node. If you're taking this course, I'm assuming you know most of these things, or at least have some idea of what's happening. So obviously if you're trying to build projects with React, you've already had the basics done, so you understand what children means and what I mean by passing a prop as children. These are all types. So React node means I can pass children or text, and JSX.element, it's pretty straightforward. This is a JavaScript element or JSX element, like HTML in your component. So let's go down. I'm going to pass this to the component. So this is how you give props to your component, basically. And I want to give it the children prop. I'm hoping you all know what props are. This is pretty basic React concepts, so I'm not going to go into too detail about it, too much detail. So we have our children here, and I can simply, just to demonstrate what exactly is going on, I'm going to call this navbar and press save. And now if I go into my app, and let's quickly import page layout, what I can do is I can remove all of this. Just type page layout, and I'm gonna pass a child, let's say div content, and press save. Now if I go back to my app, you can see I have a navbar and content. So content is whatever the page I'm on. So basically I can define whatever I want here. And all of them will always have the navbar because it's part of the layout. So let's just build out the navbar first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder called components. And I'm also going to show you guys how to structure your project so there's good quality code and you're not just making a mess out of everything. So inside components, let's create 3 different types of folders. I'll call one atoms. This is something I personally use at my job, and it's very, very efficient way of structuring your code base. So molecules, and the third one is organisms. So let's understand what these are. Atoms are basically your individual parts of a component. Like for example, you have a card, and that card has, let's say, portions to it like a price section or a description area, like a component that shows the price tag and all the small details. So that's an atom. That's a small part of a bigger component. That bigger component, or the card itself, is basically a molecule. So that goes here, and a bunch of molecules, like you have a slider that has a bunch of cards, for example, that's an organism. So these are 3 different divisions for one component. You have the basic layout of a component in the atoms, the component that has that layout in the molecules, and a bunch of those components in a bigger section as an organism. So right now we're making a navbar. Navbar, I'd say, can work as a molecule because it's not exactly, you know what, in fact I'm gonna put it in organisms just to stay consistent. Let's call this navbar, enter. I'm going to create an index file in organisms, index.ts, and inside navbar I'm going to create the navbar, or in fact I'm going to create the index.tsx, rafc navbar. Okay, now what I want to do is export them all as one from one file, so I don't have to import every component from a folder separately. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write export default as, let's say, navbar from navbar. So now we're exporting it as a component. And what this will do is, like for example, if I import navbar here, let's quickly do that. I can import it from organisms, and now all components that I have on the file, I can simply just import it like this. I can import another component that I'm exporting from the same file. I don't have to write them on a separate line each time. This is much more convenient in the long run if you have a bunch of components, and this works out very well in those cases. So let's quickly put navbar here. Let's make the layout a min. I'm gonna make it H screen. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna give it any class for now. What I am gonna do is go into the navbar, and let's just build out the navbar first. We don't need this here. Okay. So for the navbar, I'm basically going to add 3 sections. This is standard navbar designs. So let's give it a flex row, and an items center. I hope you all know what these properties do because this is basic CSS, and if you're following this video, I'm pretty sure you know what these do. So let's give it let's put 3 sections. The first one is the logo. Second one is the menu items. For menu items, this is a good example. The menu item would be a molecule. So menu items, and I can create an index file here too. This may seem like a long and tedious thing to do, but trust me when I tell you this is a much better way of doing it in the long run when you have a bigger project. I'm trying to show you guys that this is a good way of structuring it, because you're not going to keep making small projects. Eventually you're going to move on to something bigger. This is the end goal, so it's good to have this type of best practices when you're just starting out instead of just learning them later on. So index.tsx, let's create menu items, save this. Let me export default as menu items from menu items. Press save. I can go into Navbar and quickly import menu. Let's see where it is. There it is, menu items. And just replace this with menu items. Okay, so we have this. Let's go back to our screen. So yeah, it's starting to take shape. So let's go to our navbar and let's quickly make it a full width with a background of, for now I'm gonna go with black and just give it a slight opacity of, let's say 80. Actually, I'm gonna give it a little more, 90. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Actually, I'm gonna just give the whole thing a background and not the navbar, since I'm trying to give it a seamless design, so the navbar and the background is basically the same color. Let's just do it here. BG black, and I'm gonna give it a min h of screen. All right. So now, right now we can't see our text because it's all black. So let me make this white. Text white, font bold. Let me make the text bigger. Let's say 3XL. No, I think it should be bigger. 5XL. Let's make it 4. I don't really have a logo made, so let's just put a placeholder there for now. Okay, let me go to menu items and give it a class name flex1 and a BG for now, BG green 400, just so I can see where it is. And now it's taking the full width. So flex1 basically lets the component take up whatever space is available. And in the end, I'm gonna add a section for the logins. Let's just do that. Let's say I'll add a button that says sign in, class name BG orange 500. Hopefully I'm not forgetting the class name. Yeah, orange isn't a class name. Oh wait, no. Yeah, there we go. We have orange. Sometimes I forget. I'll link a cheat sheet for Tailwind just so you guys don't have to remember all this. Let's say I'm gonna give it a PY of 5 and a PX of 10. Just for now. Just to see how it looks. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's give it 8 and let's make this 3. Let's give it a text white. And press save. Okay, let's make the text a little bit bigger. 3XL. Let's make it a little bit bolder. Font bold. I think the text should be a little smaller. Let's make this, and it's all, you're basically just experimenting with whatever you think looks nice for you. There's no rule that tells you what you should do and how it should look. Right now we're just checking everything out, how it looks together. So don't worry if you ever go through this while developing and you think to yourself like, why can't I get this? That's fine. You don't have to understand this. It's all just experimenting until you find something that works. So I'm gonna give it a radius, so rounded MD. I think that works. Maybe a little less. SM means small, mobile, medium, MD means medium. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. I'm just gonna keep this button over here. I don't really want to move it somewhere else. It's not a really big thing. Okay. Now for the navbar, I'm just gonna give it a PX of 10 and a PY of 5. Just so it's a little bit centered, maybe a little more. Let's say 20 and 10. Yeah, I'm starting to like this one. Maybe I'll try 16. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's go to menu items. Obviously, we need to push everything to the end. So flex row, justify end. So justifying at the end will basically send this to the other side. Yeah. So basically what I want is of menu items to display over here. Okay. So let's go to our atoms and create a single menu item. So menu item. If you notice, I call this menu items and this is menu item. So you kind of understand what's happening. One item, a bunch of items, and those items inside a bigger component. So atom, molecule, and organism. Index.ts and index.tsx. Let's quickly create the menu item. Menu item. Let's go here. Export default as menu item from menu item. So right now this is probably gonna become muscle memory at some point. We've already done this 3 times and we're gonna do it a bunch of times more. So you guys will basically it'll become natural to you. Okay, let's go back to menu items. I'm quickly gonna import menu item. Oh, actually this is MUI as menu item. Let's try that again. Let's find ours. This is the one. Okay. So menu item. So right now it's just one item. I don't want one of them. I want a bunch of them. So menu, just for now, just to show you guys that it's working. So menu item and save it here. All right. We have one item. So now since I want a bunch of them, let's create a folder called constants. I could make an array in the same file, but we need to make sure we're using best practices and not just making a mess out of everything. So constants should hold all your arrays and objects that you pass as the API, for example. So in constants, I'm going to create a file called index.ts and a folder called, let's say, navigation. So inside navigation, I'm going to quickly create an object. In fact, I'm going to create an array. And now constant variables, it's best practice to always have them in all caps. There's no requirement, but it's a best practice that everyone just follows, and it's a good thing to do. So whenever you make a constant, just make sure it's in all caps. So navigation, I'm going to call this menu items and just create an empty array. Let's quickly export this navigation menu items. It's gonna, oh sorry, we need to press default here. Default, there we go. Right now it's in, we need to give it some types. So a menu item should ideally, but since this is a single page app right now, I'm not gonna make it a full stack app. It's just a landing page. We don't really need the links. So for now, we can just have the title itself. So let's type, for this, I'm gonna create an interface. We're not gonna use types, we're gonna use an interface. So whenever you want to differentiate, what I do is, if you're passing data into something like a title, like a like descriptions, prices for products, you typically use an interface. If you're just passing props, like for example, children that I did, or a Boolean values, or states, then props is the better, or type is the better option. There's no rule. Both will do the same thing, and for the most part, but just for your own convenience, just remember to use interface when you're passing actual data, and use props when you're just passing like states or something. So I'm gonna call this I menu items. I for interface, just a small thing I add. And we're gonna give it a title, or in fact, I'm gonna call it link label. Label's better. Label. You see how I'm making things in. So as you go along, you have to decide on things like this, and this is normal, a normal part of development. Not everything is gonna click the first time. You're gonna make changes, you're gonna restructure things. So for link, I'm gonna just pass this as menu items and an array. So now we don't have an error. Make sure you add this at the end because it's an array. If you don't add this, it'll think that it's a single object or a single property. It has, since it's an array, you have to put the square brackets at the end. So let's make the first one. The first label, I'm gonna call it home. The second label, I'm gonna call it products. This is just for props. The third label, I'm going to call it, let's call it about us, just so we have something there. And the third one I'm gonna call contact. I think 4 should be enough. Contact us. Yeah, I think that looks fine. So let's go to index. Oh, I think I made it on the same folder. All right, I'm just gonna move this here. Let's make another full file called index.ts and just export default as navigation menu items from navigation. There we go. Let's go into our menu items and let's quickly import navigation menu items. All right, now we have this. So what we want to do is we're going to map over it, navigation menu items dot map. Since it's an array, we can all just write menu item and a key. And just put it here. Right now there's no props for the menu item, so we don't need to give it any props, and just put it here. What it should do is put in a bunch of them. Yeah, there we go. We have 4 since we had 4 elements. So let's give our menu item some props. Let's go to menu item. Let's create, in this case you can use an interface and some cases, but I'm just going to use props types because it's not really data, it's just a prop. There's no real use of this data, so I'm just going to call it props and label and call it string. We're gonna pass it on to the component and call it label. And if I put label here now, you can see we have the prop setup. Right now there's no text visible because it's all black. Let's just fix that. Plus we didn't pass in any text, so there's nothing to see. I'm gonna say text white. Go back to our items and just quickly, I'm not gonna pass it into the prop. This is a better way of doing it that I find convenient. Right now there's no point because it's just one prop, but if you have a bunch of them, here's a better way of doing it. You can just destructure it as destructure the object, and it'll, if the props are prop names and the property names match, the keys and the props that you want to pass, they match exactly. You don't need to pass them individually. You can just destructure. This is a shorter way of doing it. And key, I can just pass in key. And since we have, all right, so now if we go back, you can see we have our labels. I can remove this for now. We don't need this anymore. All right. So we have our links or whatever. Let's just give it a gap of X. I'm gonna give it a gap of 10. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think that works. Let's go back and text XL, font bold. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Let's go back to the menu items. Actually, let's go to Navbar and just give the menu items. Or I can just do it here. PX of, I'm gonna give it 16. Just so it's a more spaced out from the button. Actually, let's make it 20. Yeah, that looks nice. So we're not done with the navbar. I want to add animations to it. So I want the underline thing to happen whenever there's an active link, and if it's not active, there's no underline. So if I click on it, the other underline goes away and comes to the active link. So this is a cool thing to add. Obviously, there's no need for it. I can just use a normal state and just make the active one whiter and the other one's a little darker. But what I'm trying to do is show you guys these small things in a project that a lot of people don't cover, and a lot of people have trouble building them out. So this is the main point of this is to give you something that you can use in other projects. Like if you want to add this kind of animation somewhere, you'll be able to do it because you obviously practiced it with me. So in the next section, we're gonna start incorporating reusable animated components. So we're gonna use framer motion, and I'm going to basically make a component, a central component that lets you add animations, and you don't have to pass props every time, and you can just use it wherever you want without having to repeat the process over and over again, because framer motion has some properties that you need to follow. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, let's quickly set up our animation components. So we're using framer motion for animation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into components and make a folder called animations. Now inside, I'm going to make 2 files. You don't have to, you can put it all in one file, but I just do it so it looks nicer, so it's all clean and I can understand which part has which file. So let's make a file called animations.config.ts. You don't have to write .config, it's just for a better description of what it is. It's gonna hold all the configuration for our animations. Now with framer motion, what you do is you use objects to animate your component. So let's quickly go to the documentation just to get an idea. Framer motion, and let's go to their animation library for React. So this is framer motion, so you have a bunch of different types of animations. Let's go into the documentation. So in the documentation, let's find the examples just for this. So you can see with framer motion, you have a motion component that framer motion gives you. You use it with the motion.div. So motion has a bunch of HTML elements. You can use a list, you can use a UL, a div, all those stuff. So motion.div, you use the JSX element and you pass in 3 props initially. So initial is where you want the animation to start. If I'll zoom in. So you see initial is where the animation starts. Animate is the animation you want to happen. So for example, initial is the starting point and animate is the resting point. So where the animation finishes. So like for example, if I have a navbar, in the initial part, like if I want it to fade down, for example, in the initial part, I can simply pass in a y axis, translate for y, -100%. For those of you who used keyframes in CSS, this is kind of the same concept. So with keyframes, you're giving it basically a -100%. So initially, it'll start from -100. And the animate would have the translate set to 0. So it'll animate from -100 to the initial resting position, the actual position, the 0 position for the component. And then you have a transition, which is the duration or however way you want it to animate. So these are the 3 main things. Now in React, since we're mounting components, there's no real way to add the exit animation. So for example, we do get the fade in. What if we want the fade out? So for fade out, there is a component that you get called animate presence. If you wrap it around your motion div, what'll happen is you can add an exit animation now. So for example, if I want the navbar to fade out again, giving it an exit of the same value as the initial will let the navbar go back up. So we're gonna make some examples from this just so you can understand it better, but right now just remember that these are kind of the key things with this library. Obviously there are a lot more things to do, but you have to go through the animation library because it's a really big library and you can really do a lot of cool stuff with this. So right now, let's go back to our app. What I want to do now is, for now, I'm gonna make another constant. So let's make const animations and make it an object. Let's quickly export this. Animations. All right, so we're exporting it. So for the underline thing that I want to use, so obviously for the underline, you can imagine what's happening. So there's a div that goes to full width. Then when you exit, it goes back to 0. So full width, 0, full width, 0. So let's try to create this effect. So initially what I want is for the object or whatever I'm wrapping it around to have a width of 0. All right. I don't care about the opacity because we're not fading it anywhere. So for the animate, I want the width to be full because the resting position should be an underline, which is full width. So let's make it 100%. For using percentage, you have to wrap it in a string. So you can try to understand what's happening. From width 0, I want it to go to width 100. Then when I exit, like when I click on a different link, I want it to go back to 0. So if you know CSS keyframes, it's like this. to from and from to, like 0%, 50%, 100%, or to and from. That's the same basic concept. So let's add a transition with a duration of, I'm gonna give it a 0.5 for now. All right, so we have our first animation. Now what we want to do is make another file called motion.tsx. This is going to hold our component itself for the animation. So actually one thing I forgot to do here is that I want to be able to access the keys for this object dynamically. So if you want to like access an object dynamically, like you want to just pass a prop with the key value and it'll dynamically like use that property, here's how you do it with TypeScript. So I'm gonna give it a type animation props. No, I don't need to make this all caps, it's not a constant. Animations props, and give it a key string with an object. So now essentially what I can do with this object is whenever I call it somewhere, if I want to dynamically, actually I forgot to call this property something, so we need to make another object in here. My bad, this is my bad. You see, we normally forget things like this, and that's completely fine. I'm gonna call this underline. This is the underline animation. All right, so now what I can do is, using this prop that I gave it, without it you'll get a red line. So now what I can actually do is, like, if I, for example, pass a prop to animations or a component with a string, essentially I can just write the prop here, and that prop, whatever the value is, if it matches a specific property like underline, like I can just write underline, you basically have access to it. So this is a really nice way of dynamically getting your animations. So let's go back to our motion. You're gonna see how this is working once we actually use it. So motion, I'm gonna import motion from framer motion. Let's make a type motion props. I'm gonna call it children react dot react node JSX element. I needed key or an animation, so let's just call it animation as a string, and obviously we're going to import the animations themselves from the config file. All right, so this is essentially all we need right now. Let's go down, let's add the types to our component, motion props, and call it children and animation. Okay, so now we have our props. Now what I can do is I can remove this motion dot div. You can, well, actually I'm gonna need some class names also. It's a good thing to have. So class name, which is also a string, and simply pass it here. A class name, let's give that class name to our component. Class name is a class name. And now let's destructure our animations and pass the animation key. So just try to understand what's happening. Basically, I'm destructuring the specific animation that I'm calling as props. So whenever I pass a prop animation from a component that I want to animate, so let's say I call this component into the underline, and I pass underline as the animation, what's going to happen is it's going to get that specific animation and destructure it. what that'll do is essentially I don't need to individually pass in initial and animate for every animation that I try. So I can just go into the config file, I can make an animation, and that's it. You don't need to keep going on about making a new component with the motion.div, and it's just a lot more convenient. So let's give it children, and we have our basically bare bones animation component. So let's go back to our menu item. Let me see if we need actually something else for the animation. I think I'm forgetting something. You know what, if there's an issue, we can just fix it later. So this was basically the animation component. In the next section, we're going to actually use this component for our item. So you're going to actually get some experience working with framer motion animations and how you actually get them to work with a component in React. So I will see you in the next section. Okay, let's try and get our underline animation to function. So last time we did set up the animation. So now we're going to basically work on setting up our links with the underline. So let's just quickly add an underline to this. We have our menu item over here. We can go do this, make a div that has nothing inside, and just give it a class name of BG Orange 500 and a height of, I'm gonna give it a height of 2 pixels for now and just see what it looks like. All right, there we go. So 2 pixels, a little too less. Let me try H2, too much. H1, yeah, I think that works fine. So that looks nice. But now we only want it to show on the active label. So let's quickly add a prop called active, and I'm gonna call this a string, and we're gonna give it an on click that is void, so it's not returning anything. For now I'm gonna keep it optional because we don't have a function to use yet. And on click, go back to your div, pass in on click as on click. All right, so let's try to understand what's happening. So basically what active is a state that I'm going to pass from the parent, which will contain the current active label, whatever it is. So let's quickly go back to our, for now let's just save this. Let's go back to our menu items in molecules, menu items, there we go. And let's create a state variable. So let me write const is active, I spelled it wrong, is active, set is active is equal to react.use state, and I'm just gonna make it home for now, since home is the initial thing we're doing. Let me make this a string. We don't have React imported, so I'm going to import that real quick. Okay. So we have our active. Let's make a function called handle active link. We'll give it a parameter string, or actually label, which is a string. And we're going to pass that on to set is active as label. All right, so we have our function and we have our state. So let's quickly pass that in. So active would have the is active state, and on click would have the handle active link. And since it's a it has an argument, you have to pass it on like this. You know, actually I don't really need to do that here. So handle active link, and let's just go out of this, save. Let's go back to our menu item. There we go. Okay, so now we have active, right? So before we start adding an animation, let me just see if this actually works fine. So in our curly brace, we can write active is equal to label, and only then use a ternary operator. If it's equal to label, show the underline. Let me just make this look nicer. Okay, so if it's equal to label, show the underline, and if it's not, you don't really want to show anything. So show null. Let me go back to our app. All right, so now if I click on it, it should actually work. Okay, so there is something wrong. Let me see. Let's just try to console log the active. Console.log active. I think I know what the problem is. Okay. Let's go back. You have to pass in something here. You know what? I think we can just do it on the same component. We don't really need to make a parent, since all this is a state. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I don't think we need this. We can just remove all this, remove both of them, and go back to our parent. Yeah, this just seems like an unnecessary step to do. So you see, as I'm working on it, I figure out better solutions for something, and you're not gonna get it the first time. You're not supposed to get it the first time. There's always room for improvement. Let me try pasting this here. Hopefully this is a much better way of doing this. So is active would go here, and handle active link would simply go here, label, and save. Let me go back. Yeah, now it's showing something. Okay. And if it's null, we can just give it an empty. Let me reload. Oh yeah, it's re-rendering it whenever I click on it. Yeah, that's not what we want. Okay, I think we're gonna have to go back to the other solution. Let's just save this here, and instead of on click, I guess what I can do is go back from this one and just get our props back, keep on click as it is, on click. I don't really need all this. Save. And for handle click, I can pass in menu item dot label. Let's click save. Let's try see if it works now. Yeah, there we go. This is what we wanted to do. So you can see now we have an underline on whatever we click on. We can actually make this look a little better by simply going and adding a cursor pointer. And now it points Another thing we can do is, instead of using a string, if we add a template literal, surround it with a curly brace, and apply some conditionals. So if active is equal to label, I want the color to be white. Otherwise, I want it to be text gray 300. Let's do 300. We can remove this and save. Yeah, now we have a darker active link, or a lighter one. Let's just make this 400 because I can't really tell the difference. Yeah, now look at it. So we can actually tell which one is active. Okay, now we want the animation. So let's try and get our animation to work. So we have the basic logic down. We don't need this anymore, at least not the surrounding area. We don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't need this. So now our underline should be everywhere. Let's import our animation. So motion, and I want to import animate presence from framer motion. We already have our, I think we already have our animation, yeah. Okay, wait, let me fix the spelling. Okay, let's go back. Right, now what we want to do is surround our, since this div mounts and unmounts depending on which item it's under, we surround it with an animate presence, give it a condition. In this case, I can give it the active equals, or is active. Actually, it's just active. Active equals label. Only if that's true do I want motion and an underline. It would need an animation, so animation would be underline. And I'm pretty sure that's all we need. What else do we need? Yeah, but I did pass a child, didn't I? Let me see. Okay. So I don't, yeah, it's not optional. Okay, we don't need this for now. Let's go back. And now you can see we have an animation going here. So this is a really cool trick you can do. And you can do a lot of things with this. This is just one of them. You can animate it a different way if you want something else, for example. But this is how you would get this animation to work. Okay, so we have our animation. I don't think there's anything else we need for this. So in the next section, we're going to focus on building a slider, but we're going to make sure it's a reusable slider and that we can use it as many times as we want and not just in a certain specific condition. So I'm going to show you guys how to make a really customizable slider. We're going to use Swiper for this because it's a library that lets you create carousels and sliders, and it's a very, very cool and powerful library that you can use. We're going to use their slider to create one for ourselves with all the custom components and props that make sure that it's extremely reusable. So if you liked the video until now, give it a like, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so let's get started with our slider. Go back to our app. We want to build a large slider here. So, you know, in most cases for an e-commerce website, you would normally have a large banner of some kind showing all your promotions and everything, you know, the most up-to-date products or any promotion or sale or any sort of that thing that's going on. So we're going to focus on building a component that lets you just add slides, reusable slides every time. So for example, if you want to add like another carousel somewhere else, like for example a product slider, you can simply use the same component wherever you prefer, so you don't have to make it over and over again. So let's go back to our app. The first thing I'm going to do is go into our molecules and create a new folder. We'll call it slider. And the reason I'm doing this in molecules is because for an organism, it would make more sense to have this inside some kind of hero section. And the hero section would be an organism because it's containing multiple different molecules. And slider is just one of them. So it makes sense to have slider in molecules and not an organism, because it's not a really big component. It's just one part of a larger section. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to make an index.tsx file. Let's quickly RAFCE. So if you're wondering how I do RAFCE, just to explain it, I'm pretty sure most people know how to do this. There's an extension called emmet that lets you basically do this. There are other extensions that could let you do this. You can look it up on Google how to do RAFC on VS Code, and it's pretty straightforward. So let's create slider, save, go to our index file, export default as slider from slider. So here we go. Okay, let's go back to our slider. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our terminal. I'm just going to close this off for a second. I don't think I have Swiper installed. So we're going to do yarn add Swiper. And I think that's, do we need props? I don't think we need props right now, so Swiper should be fine. So let's add Swiper. Let's wait for it to finish. Yarn dev, restart our server. Click. All right, we have our server back. Let's go back and import Swiper for our slider. So import Swiper and Swiper has its own props. We don't need to add them separately. So Swiper props from Swiper React. I'll link the documentation for Swiper in the description so you guys can check them out. And there's a lot of different ways you can make carousels with this. They have a lot of customization. They have a lot of options. You may have some problems with TypeScript, but essentially you can get past them. There are some issues that happen with types for Swiper. Not sure why they haven't fixed it, but if it happens, if you get red lines, you can just disable the rule. We might get some red lines that we can't fix as we go ahead with this, but that's okay. So next we're going to import some plugins. We're going to import navigation. You know what, I'm just going to type it at the end so we don't have to manually type it all. So Swiper, let's import navigation and pagination. These are just modules and plugins for Swiper that you can basically give your component. It adds some extra customization and usability. Next, we're going to import the CSS. So import Swiper, swiper.min.css. And if you're using an older version of Swiper, I'm not exactly sure which one. I think it was below 6. Then you have to import the normal CSS file. You don't need to do this CSS file. But if you're using the newer versions, then you have to do the swiper.min.css. Next, we're going to import another module. Swiper-bundle.css. This is also something you don't need to do if you're using an older version. This is only for the newer version. It's not really mentioned on their documentations, but if you have some kind of error and if you're using an older version, this doesn't work, then you're probably importing the wrong CSS file. Okay, next we're gonna just get React back because I don't want to lose React. You often need it for types. So import React from React. Sometimes it doesn't auto import for me. Weird bug for my VS Code. Okay, right now that's all we need. Okay. Next we're gonna create some types. So type slider props. And here what I want to do is, you see we have these swiper props here. What I want is to have access to all of these props and have my own props on top of them as well. So we're basically extending swiper props to fit our component. So if you want to extend props to your custom props, all you have to do is write and whatever the props you want to extend from. So I want to extend from swiper props, I can simply write it like this. Now I have access to all the props swiper has, and I can add my own on top of it. So I want the children prop for me. So react node, and I want a jsx.element. Next I want a title. This is going to be optional. So for example, if you have a section you want to define what this slider is or what this carousel is doing, you can obviously have a title. If we don't need it afterwards, we can remove it. That's fine. I'm just planning ahead. So string. Next I'm thinking, we obviously need a class name for our divs, whatever we define here. So that's going to be optional too. And I think that's all we need for now. We're going to add more stuff as soon as we need them. So for now, this is fine. Let me put slider props here. At this point, you probably understand how TypeScripts and how you're basically creating props with TypeScript and how this whole process works, because we've repeated it so many times. Children, title, and class name. Now, here's the interesting thing. Now, like I mentioned, we have access to all the props that swiper has, but obviously we don't know what they all are. So what we can do for something like this, like if you have a bunch of props and you don't really have a specific use for them, and you just want them to be available to you, you can simply write the spread operator and rest. Now what this means is that all the other props that were available are all contained here. What I can essentially do with this is a pretty cool thing. So I can write swiper and just spread out the rest prop. Now all the props that swiper had, I have access to them in my slider, and they are all available to swiper. You don't have to write them one by one, like for example slides per view, breakpoints, and all that. They're all defined with just this one prop, and you don't have to individually define them. Okay, now what I want to do is essentially create a slider. Let's make a div, and inside that div I'll make another div and take our swiper and place it under this div. Now let's go to the top, add a class name. What I want to do is simply give it a flex and a flex column so that the title is above the slider, and a gap y of, let's say, 10 for now. And here I can just define class name as class name, just so we can edit the title out if we want it. So let's put the title here. And we have our title written here. What else do we need? We don't need anything else for the title. So next what I can do is basically go to my swiper, and here write on swiper. Actually, let me define children first. Children, just so we have them inside the swiper component. Now we can go to swiper And this is how you basically allow the controls to work. What I can do is I can write event arrow function and swiper slide. Now what I'm trying to do here is define the controls. Now here's the cool thing here. You can actually make custom icons and custom buttons with this library, and you can define them as like a custom component. You don't have to use whatever they provide. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state variable called swiper slide, set swiper slide react.useState, and we're gonna make this null for now since it's not doing anything. Let's create two more functions. One I'll call onNext, and let me just write swiper. I'm gonna keep it empty for now. Next I'm gonna make a function called onPrev and just make another arrow function. Okay, so now what we can do is in our event we can define the reference. We can make a reference to our state. Set swiper slide dot, actually just set it to event. Okay, and since it's gonna have some issues with the parameter, I think we need to define the state. Argument of type swiper is not assignable to parameter. Okay, let me just make this any for now. There's no real reason to. Or actually, I can just make it React static. Let's just see what the event was. Type was. If you have trouble figuring out what type works where, you can just look at what it says. So this is the type we want. Copy this, paste it here, react dot set static action. Okay, we have another error. You know what, if it's gonna have a problem, this is the issue I had with TypeScript for swiper, so you can just put any here for now. We'll figure it out later, that's not that important. Okay, next what we want to do is just provide the controls. So swiper slide dot slide next. This function is being provided using the onSwiper event. If you're wondering where the function is coming from, do you see the obvious red line here? This is one of the issues I was talking about with this library, but it's not going to have a problem. And we can just keep it like this. This is going to be slide prev, and we have our controls. Okay, now what I can do is I'm going to go back to atoms and create a folder called navigation button. Make an index file, RAFCE navigation button. Save this, go to our index here, export default as navigation button from navigation button. Okay, so we now have access to our button. Now what I want to do for this slider, essentially I want a carousel that has those large bars on each side that lets you basically go to next and previous instead of a simple button. I want those stylish, you know, if you ever saw some sliders, they have like a transparent-ish control button that takes on the full height on each side. So that's basically what I'm trying to go for. So just so we can have like a really customized button that we like. It's not one of those simple buttons that you can see everywhere. Just to challenge ourselves. Let's go back to our swiper. There is one more prop that we need to add called modules. And inside modules, you can simply define your plugins as an array, pagination, and we have our modules. Okay. Let's go back to our navigation button. And inside our navigation button, we can create another button. And just give it, for now, let's not define anything inside. We can actually go up and start creating our different versions of that button. So but since we're not really doing a difference, like there's no arrow here, so we don't really need to, actually we don't need to define a direction. And if we were using an arrow, we had to define two different types of directions. But since it all looks the same, it doesn't really matter. Let's just make a type. We'll call it navigation props. Sometimes I do talk a lot on things, but that's because I'm trying to see if there's a better solution for something. This is part of the development journey. You have to pause and just see what the best approach is to any problem. So we're gonna do a react.react node. An icon would be our custom icon in case we provide an icon, and in case we don't, we're just gonna keep it as it is. And I'm gonna provide a type for the button, so it's either a next or a previous, and we're gonna provide an on click, which is void. Okay, let's go down to our button, and what I want to do here is I'm thinking of making some predefined styles. So let's go back here. Actually, we're gonna need to define our props. So navigation props, we're gonna do icon, type, and on click. Let's go down, and we're gonna make a variable or a constant for the control styles. I'm gonna call it control styles. We're going to, since we're going to add some conditions here, let's just do this. So if, let's say, the first thing I'm going to do is just keep it to absolute, just so it's not taking up any area for other elements. We're going to do a top. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that right now. So what I am going to do is I'm going to create a variable. So in case icon is true, if you provide your own icon, then I want top 1/2 transform. So I'm guessing a lot of people might know where I'm going with this, because this is some really standard CSS. That's one of the first things people learn when they try to learn CSS, is how to center something. So this is probably not something new if you already have experience. So Z50. And so essentially, if you provide your own icon, it's gonna center it at the base, like in the exact center of whichever side it's on. And if you're using the default, which I want them to be those bars, I don't really need them to be centered because they're gonna take the full height. I'm gonna give it a H full, and I'm gonna give it a width of, let's say, I'm gonna give it a width of 20 for now, with a background of gray, 400, and an opacity of Let's try 30. We're gonna see how it looks. Okay, another thing that I want to make sure is that if the type is next, then I want the right side to be 0. Otherwise, I want the left side to be 0. So if it's the next button, it goes on the right side, and if it's the previous button, it'll automatically go on the left side. So that way we don't have to define these things later on. Let's go to our button and class names and just add the control styles. And on click, I'm going to add the on click, and essentially we have our button. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to define the same thing here. So if it's the next button, it has to basically render it, and if it's not the next button, it has to render the other one. So if type is next and there is an icon, then render the icon. Otherwise, I want to render, for now, and it's just, I don't want to render anything. Okay, and if the type is prev, I want to do the reverse of this. So I mean actually the exact same thing but on the other side. So icon, otherwise don't render anything. We'll fix things if they need to be fixed, but for now this looks fine. Let's go back. Let's import our navigation button. Navigation button. We don't need this anymore. And just go down to your component, and we're gonna render it right over here for the navigation button on both sides. Since it's absolute, it's not gonna take up any space for our slides. This is the previous button, so type is prev, and this is the next button, so type will be next. And since we're not really passing an icon right now, let's just not do that. I don't want to pass an icon because I don't really have one right now. I want to just keep it to the bars that I wanted because I really like how they look on most websites. So this is on prev. Actually, we don't need that. And on here we can do an on next. Okay, I'm hoping this works out. If it doesn't, we'll just fix the things that we need to fix. But for now, this is all you need for a custom slider. Okay, let's go to our organism and create a hero section. So a hero section, let's make a file, index.tsx, RAFCE, hero section, save this, go to our export default as navbar. Oh, sorry. We're gonna call this hero section from hero and save. Let's go back to our hero section and quickly import our slider. And for now, I'm just gonna pass some colors and not a picture because we need to get those pictures in an array. And we need to create like a list of all the images we want to render. So for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pass the slider, pass in a div. We're gonna give the div a height of, let's say for now I'm gonna give it a height of 96, just to see how it looks. And a BG. Actually, we don't need a BG. Or do we? Let me, oh wait, I forgot to import the slides. Swiper slide. This is also a component Swiper provides. It's important for when you want to actually show the slide. So Swiper slide from Swiper React. And let's remove this. Swiper slide. And inside the slide, we're making a div. I'm gonna give it a class name. A height of 96. Width is gonna be automatically full. What I want to do is give it a since the height is full, we don't BG red 400. I'll just write something here for now. We can just make a bunch of these. Save. We're gonna give it some props. One is slides per view. I want one slide per view, and I don't want a space between them. Save this. Let's go back to our app or main page. Oh yeah, okay, this is the app. Let's import hero section and just put the component here. Let's see how it looks. There we go. We have our, I think it is working. Wait, let me change the background color. I'm not sure. Let's go to the hero section. Let's make this green and let's make this blue. Let's reload. Okay, so there is an issue. Let's go back to our component. Let's give it a padding X of 20. Okay, so it's going on the other side basically. Let's go to our layout. With full. You know what, I'm just gonna pause this for a second and comment it out. I really want to see what this div looks like. So BG red. Oh wait, sorry. BG red 400. So you see we have a bug and we need to fix these type of things, and this is completely normal. It happens to everyone. There's no, if you have problems like this, that's a good thing. You need to fix them, and if you fix them, you're gonna get better. So these things are really, really helpful. Okay. So this div is obviously not going anywhere. So let's see what the issue is. You know, I think it might be this. So for now, I'm just gonna keep the swiper and not the title. Let's remove the yo here. Let's go back. Okay, so it's essentially it's going way beyond. And this is a problem. That's not supposed to happen. I think we're okay. Relative. This might fix it. Okay, this is rather strange. Let's try removing these for now. This is very strange. I think there is something wrong with the styles. There might be something wrong with the styles. I'm not quite sure why this might be happening. Let's see. The slide should not be that long. Let's go to our console. Let's see what happens in the console. There is no problem with the console. This might just be an issue here. Let's try removing a slide. Let's do a slides per view of 2. This is going all the way. Huh. Let's do a width full and a width full. This is a strange bug. I've never seen something like this. You know what, guys? I'm gonna pause the video and find a solution for this, and then I'm gonna tell you guys what the solution was. So, and because I don't really want this video to be too long, I'll look for see what the issue might be. It might be a version issue, and I'll come back once I find it, and I'll tell you how I did it, okay? Okay guys, so I did manage to find the issue. Basically what was happening is that this flex column at the start, that was the issue, that was what's causing the problem. Simply removing it fixes it, and as you can see now we have a working slider. And we can give it any height we want, any type of customization. And since I did add those buttons, I want to see if they actually do work. Let's go to our button in atoms and see what might be the reason they're not working. I think 20 is not an actual value. Okay, so now we're gonna have to figure out why we don't have an icon here. So let's see. We already gave the button the styles, we don't need this. So let's just see if I render a div here. Oh my god. Actually, I'm gonna try with a span and say next. And here I'm gonna make another span that says previous. Save this, go back. And right now we don't have any buttons. Okay, since we don't have an icon, what I really want to see is why there is no icon. You know, I'm just gonna remove the icon for now. and put an and here and another and here just to see if it renders. Reload. Okay, so we're not getting it. I'm suspecting it's at the back because it is supposed to be there. And the reason might be is that it's at the back of the div. See, there's the button. So it's going under. Let's see. We do have a relative set up. It's not supposed to go under. It's basically at the center of this page. We want it at the center of our slider and not the page. So what we can do is go back here. There's strange bugs that happen sometimes. Reload. Let's go back to our slider. Okay. Does this? Yeah, see, now we can see it. But when I apply position, it goes to the center of the page and not what I want the center to be. Weird. Let's go to index. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's... Let's go back to our navigation and let me just remove this whole thing. Just remove the icon condition for now. I'm suspecting it's the icon condition that's causing the issue. Save. Alright, it's still at the bottom. Let's see if I remove the height. Maybe that fixes it. We have our buttons. They're just not showing up. And this is the strangest thing. This is what I really get pissed off with positioning. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And there's really no explanation for it. Guys, I'm gonna pause the video again. I don't really want this to be too long, so whenever I have to fix something that's gonna take a few seconds or like a few minutes, I'm just gonna pause it and just tell you guys how I fixed it. I don't really want this video to be longer than it needs to be. So I'm gonna pause it for a second and then I'm gonna come back and tell you how I fixed it. Alright guys, so I did manage to fix it again. It only took 2 minutes after pausing, but so here's the issue. Here's what was happening. So I put a top 0 just to force it to be at the top. And then I added a Z index so it would bring itself to the top of the stack. So basically what was happening was even after top 0 it was Like you couldn't see the button because they were hidden, but now you can actually see what's happening. So with what we have now, we can just go back and get our icon condition. So if it's icon and I want it to be top 1/2, I think it was 1/2, yep, 1/2, transform, translate minus y 1/2, and I don't think there was anything else. I'm gonna keep the Z50 over here, and I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove all of these too. So right now, copy this part, remove that, and bring it over here. Save. That should give us those buttons. Nope, still don't have the buttons. This is bizarre. Let me put an explanation mark here. Okay, so the reverse is happening. Alright, let's just keep it that way then. Sometimes weird things happen. So if it's not an icon, then I want this to happen. Otherwise, this should happen. Sometimes it's really beyond reasoning what happens, to be honest. So if I save this now, those buttons go away. Let's just keep it like this. Alright. And we need our icons back here. So icon, 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 icon. Save. I hope this still is working. Okay, so now we have 2 of them. But since I'm not passing an icon, it should be the reverse. Yeah, there we go. But we're on the wrong side of it. Oh wait, I think I know the issue. Top 0. Ah, there we go, there we go. That's, I was wondering why it made no sense that you could use an explanation mark to get the opposite of it. Yeah, now we have the buttons. But we still have this. So if I'm not passing an icon, only then do I want this to show. Let's see why we have 2 of them. Okay, so we have 2 buttons. Wonderful. You know, I can actually do this. Just to make it shorter. And just surround this whole thing with parentheses. Go back. Ah, I think I see the problem. The icon is not a it's not a parent condition. I don't really need it to be here. Okay, I see the problem. This should fix it. Icon and icon, but now we're gonna surround this with a parentheses. I am pretty sure this will fix it. There we go. Now we don't have those buttons, and we have a working carousel. Another thing I want to do is on hover, I want the BG gray to be 500. There we go. That looks nice. I'm gonna go back to our slider. I'm gonna remove this so that we can see it. And we have our slider. For this, I'm just gonna add conditional. So if we have a title, then and only then do I want it to show. So a div with the title, class name, and I'm just gonna give it a text 2XL and a text white just for now. But since if we don't pass it, it's not gonna show. We're also gonna add a margin Y20 for now. We can actually see how this looks if we go here and just pass on a title called slider. Maybe make the space less, 16, and font bold. We can actually pass on more class names. So I can just go here and you know what, actually I don't want to pass it to the text, I want to pass it to the parent. Because there you never know, you might need to change the layout or the orientation or something else. Maybe the spacing. So class name, just keep it like this. There we go. Now we have a reusable slider. We can add any title, we can add whatever we want, we can customize it later to fit our demands. And I can just add another slide here. And we have a slider set up. Okay, next what we're gonna do is we're gonna get in the next section, I'm going to create a API or a constant object with all our images. This is only the reusable component. We're gonna add those images into the slider and we're gonna show them to make them fit the entire available space of our hero section, just so it looks nice and it looks like an e-commerce website that has the products at the top. So if you liked it up till now, make sure to give this video a like, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this, and I will see you in the next section when we build out the rest of the hero section. Alright guys, so I've set up this small API on the front end, so this is all just hard-coded data. It's not coming from a backend or anything. I have some pictures, like 2 images for the slides on the hero section, and just some data for products, just so we can demonstrate different use cases. So let's go to our hero section. We obviously have these 3 slides right here since we last left off. So we have a slider. Now if we go back to our slider hero section, what I want to do is import hero underscore images, and just go here and we're gonna map over our images so we can create a carousel. Map image key and just put it here. We don't need all the other slides, we just need one of them. So if you have any experience working with React, you obviously know what I'm doing here. Basically, we're going to map over the array and just render the slides depending on how many items are in the array. So since we have two images, we're going to map it twice and we're going to render the slide 2 times. And if you want to add more, you can just increase the number of elements in the array and it'll be able to map more images or whatever you're trying to map. So let's remove the class name and just create a template literal. Here I'm going to pass in the image, a BG cover, BG center, and I'm going to give it a height of 80 VH just for now. Save. And we have our slider. So now if we press the buttons, you can see our slider actually works. And I don't really like this bar being visible, so let's just try and remove the visibility. Unless I hover over the carousel, these buttons shouldn't be there. So you can do this. One way of doing this is we can write group hover opacity 100 and opacity 0. Actually, I'm going to make this opacity 75 and opacity 0, and this we're going to add just a separate hover as well for each button. That's going to be hover opacity 100. So if you see, we have an exclamation mark here. So this basically, in the newer versions of Tailwind, you can do 2 multiple hovers at the same time, but you have to put the exclamation mark over here on the second one. So what's going to happen is, in the group scenario, so let's go back to our hero section, we have our slider. Let's go to our slider. On our slider, I'm going to give it a class name right here. A class name, and we're going to write group. So now we've grouped the parent and all the children inside the slider. So these 2 nav buttons are, you can basically group them together, and whenever I hover over this one, the slider, you're going to get the animation. So whenever I hover, you can see, we can see our buttons. And this is what grouping does. Now what the other one does is, when I hover over a specific button, you can actually add another transition. So it's much darker when I hover over it. Let's just make this a little better. We can add a transition duration, let's say 150. Actually, I'm going to make this 45 and make this 75. Let's go back. We still have that text on the side that we want to remove. Alright, so we're getting this one. I think 45 is not a value. Let's make this 50. Let's go back. Yeah, this looks much better. I don't want all that text there, so let's go and remove the text. Let's see where we're getting that text from. And yeah, this is the text that's going to show. We don't want this. I think I can just make it a fragment. Let's go back. Yeah, and we don't have the text anymore. We obviously still have this at the side. Let's go and remove that. So I'm thinking that's in the hero section. Yeah, here it is. So we don't want this either. I'm going to just make this a self-closing div. And we have our hero section. So you can add stuff to these pictures whenever like you download it from somewhere or you make your own images using a custom software like Photoshop or something. You can add obviously more stuff on the picture. This is just a way to show you how to do this. You can obviously add more things here, but we have our carousel working now. We also have the animations and our carousel. So next what I want is a section that shows the featured products. So that's obviously also going to be a slider. So in the next section, we're going to look into making a section that shows our featured products. We're going to use the list we made in the API. So stay tuned for the next section and I will see you then. Okay guys, let's get into building our product slider. So since it's another section, we can go into organism and make featured products and just make another file inside index.tsx RAFCE featured products. We can go into the index.ts file, export default as featured section from featured products. Oh, sorry, it's products. Sorry. Products. Let's go into the main. Yeah, sorry, it's an app. In our app, we can simply import. Oh, actually, we can just import it here. See, this was the benefit of exporting from one file. Now I can just import it directly here. I don't need to add another line here for no reason. Okay, so we have featured product. Let's go down here and put the featured products in. Let's go back. And right now we can't see anything, so let's just see how it looks by making the text white or something. You know, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this BG red 400. Oh, it's all caps, sorry. BG red 400. Go back. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. Let's go into our page layout for a second. There is something I want to see. And our page layout. All right, so minimum is this much. All right, okay. Let's go back to our featured product. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to just add some space here. So a good way to do that, I can go into the page layout. And since it's all going down, you can add flex call and gap y 10. That should add some gap for everything. You know what, actually I'm just gonna keep this as flex call and make another div here. You see how things are changing. You're basically adding things on as you go, because when you start out you're not gonna know how things are going to turn out, so you have to be able to add more code and delete some code and just restructure things. So I can do a class name flex column and a gap of 10 again, gap y 10, save. Now we have some gap. All right. And do we want to add something here? No, I don't think so. All right, let's go back to the products, featured products. So right now we obviously don't have a featured product. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a card for the product. So that is going to be a molecule. Since it's a full card, it has a bunch of components in it. So product card. and we are going to, let's see, index.tsx RAFCE product card. We're gonna call this product card slide just for namesake, because we're gonna make another card afterwards, and that's going to be a little different in what I have planned. So let's export this quickly. Export default as product card slide from product card slide. Let's go and import this. Actually, I'm not going to import it yet. We're going to make the card first. So what I'm trying to aim for in the card is we're going to have two sections. For some components, you might not even need an atom because they don't really have that much depth in them. So like for this card, I don't think I need to add a atom. If we do, we'll find out, but right now I don't think I need one. So flex column, and we're going to go down and add a second div, class name. We're gonna give it relative, and I'm thinking of giving the entire card a height of, let's give it 40 VH for now. Or let's give it a fixed height. Let's not even do that. Let's just give it a height of 96 for now. And a BG red 400. And let's just keep it like this for a while. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go and render this card in a slider just to see where the slider shows and how it looks. So let's go back to featured products. We're going to import our product data. Go here. Do we need this? Yes, we do actually. Since it's full width, we can simply import the slider. And there was also the swiper slide. Let's just copy it from here. I don't want to write it all over again. Let's paste it here. Slider product data dot map product key, and right now we're not going to pass in anything, since our div is going to be empty, there's nothing inside, we can just pass in a product card slide that has nothing in it. So wiper slide and product card slide. Let's give this a key and save. Okay, so right now there's not visible because the background is also red. Let's remove that for a second. Okay, so we have one per slide. Now we need to pass in the props. So for this slider, what I want to do is, since we're going to make this responsive, let's make sure that it has the desired layout for all devices. So if you want to add breakpoints, here's how you do that. You can simply pass in breakpoints, and everything under 640, I want these slides per view to be, I'm gonna say, you can actually do a 1.5 in swiper as well. So if you want to show like one full slide and one half a slide or a quarter slide, you can actually do that. So you can type decimal values to do that. Actually I want to do that. I want to make it look nice. So I'm going to do 1.3. We're going to add a space between as a parent prop and not a breakpoint because I want it to stay consistent. So space between, I'm gonna do, let's say 10, and everything under 1200 I want slides per view to be 3.5, 3.4. Now my screen is a bit larger, so I'm gonna do 2000 for it, because it's bigger than 1500 at least. That much I know. So slides per view, let's do 5.4. Save. Let's go back. And there we have our slides. So you can see it looks really nice. Let's go, if we can scroll down. So now this is the actual limit. You know what, we can actually fix this too. We can go back to our layout and just add some padding on both sides. So PY10. Oh, okay. I don't want that kind. Let's just do a padding bottom then. Let's do a margin bottom 10. Okay, that added to the whole thing. Let's do it on the component itself. That's not to make it unnecessarily complicated. Let's just do it here. Margin Y10. And we have our sliders. Now, something that I want to do with this component, the featured products, if you guys own the PlayStation console 4 or 5, you might know that the slides, they normally come in from the right side, and then you can just move them on to the left. So the left side is, on the initial slide, it's empty on the left side, and then as you scroll to the right, they basically go on the other side. This is what I want to show and do on this one. So I want the products to start out from this side, and they can just go on to the other side. So for that, let's see why our carousel is not taking the full width. Okay, so this is why. Okay, we did remove this, it's actually going to make it full width. So that's not what I want for the hero section. So we can go to the hero section and just add a class name right here and say px20, so that the hero is not full width, but our slider is. Now here's the cool part. I can actually do an offset on swiper. If I put styles here, style, and say padding left, and let's say I want it at 200 pixels, 200, and padding right should also be 200, just to stay consistent. If I save this, now our slider is on different sides. So you can see it looks really nice. Actually, let's not make it 200, let's make it 100. Or actually, I think px20 is 50, so just to stay consistent with the edges, let's make it 80. There we go. Doesn't that look nice? There's also a class, I believe, called on disable, or is it on init disable classes? No, I think I need a second object. But let's just look it up. I know it is called disable classes, I just don't remember where it actually is used. So disable classes swiper. Let's see if we can find it. React. I think this is a question that we're asking. It is Let's see if we can find what we're looking for. And this is not React, so they're not really showing the props here. You know, we can come back to this later. Let's not wait around for it. So for now, we have what we wanted. We have the cool layout for the slider with an offset. If I make the screen smaller, you can see we can see 1 1/4, 1.5 slides. So since it's an offset, it'll actually look this way. Let's make it bigger. And let's actually add some data here. So let's go to our product card slide, and I'm gonna create some props. So this can be an interface. Since we're passing actual data, I'm gonna call this iProduct card slide. We need let's go to our API and see what our properties are. So in the API, we have a title, price, rating, and an image. So we have a title, a string, a price number, a rating number, and a image string. Okay, let's go up and import image. No, actually, we don't need images for Next.js. This is Next. Never mind. So let's keep the normal image tag then. We can pass in our props. iProps title, price, rating, image. Let's put our image here. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Alt would be just an image and a class name hfull width full. I'm going to give this a width of full and a height of, let's say, 5 by 6. Save this. Go back to featured products. We can just use the spread operator to get all our information in. We don't need to define it separately. Go back. Okay, so image is not rendering. Let's go back to our product card. This might be because of the source. So let's just make a template literal. In our API, we have it set to assets, but its asset is actually 2 steps behind. So let's try this. Since we don't have absolute paths, let's reload. All right, it's still not working. Let's try 1. Yeah, let's try 1. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna define the path here just to see how it looks. So let's just not do it dynamically for a second, and let's just see what the path is. So 1 step back and another step back into molecules. Then we go into, oh, so it's outside components. All right. Although it should be relative, I shouldn't have to do this step backward, but let's just see what happens. Sometimes it doesn't work right. So image, I believe it's image, yeah, image1 dot jpg, save. Okay, it's still not working. Let's try it this way. Let's console log and see why it's not working. Let's try src. Okay, so now it's working. I shouldn't have to define src, but if it works, it works. I'm not using absolute paths anyway. I haven't defined them in a config file, so there might be problems because of that. And let's just remove this whole thing and put in image and save. And we have all our images now. They're nicely spaced out and they are responsive. Let's remove this background for now. And let's add a second div that has our title, price, rating, and add to cart or view now button or whatever. Let's add some icons actually. So let's go here and import from @MUI material icons. I'm going to import star. Let's see if we have a star here. Yeah, we do. It's kind of difficult to remember all of these icon names and everything. Okay, so let's add our title first. So h2, and I'm gonna say title with a class name text white, and I'm gonna say text XL font bold. Save that. Yeah, that, I think it might be better. One a little bigger. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Let's add a price on the other end. So P price with a $sign. So class name. I'm gonna make the price orange because just to go with the theme. Let's see how it looks. Text orange 500. Save. Actually, it's a lighter shade, so it's 400. Font bold, text 3XL. Let's say class name flex row. Justify between and items center. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Actually, I could try maybe a gray shade. Gray 300. Maybe a little darker. Let's try 400. And let's make it semi-bold. Yeah, I think that looks nice. We can actually add the orange for the ratings. So let's make another div. Here I'm gonna write rating. But we need to render stars based on what the rating is. So we're not obviously going to render 4. That makes no sense. So what we can do is we can write array for or rating dot fill dot map star key you actually don't need the star. Phil has some problems with TypeScript, so this will work, but if you get the red line, that's fine, don't worry about it. And we're gonna write star, and let's just add a div here, class name. We're gonna say flex row gap x2 and text orange 5400. Save. Let's see if they render. Let's go see if this is actually an icon, because I'm not sure if it's called star. Star. Yeah, it is called star. I think our app is crashing. Let's break it down for a while. Maybe comment this out for a second. Okay, let's bring it back. Okay, let's try rendering just a span here for now with a number. Key save. I'm not sure if we can actually see it. Class name text white. Let's go inspect. Maybe it's not visible for some reason. Okay, here's our star. Ah, and it's empty, alright. So it is rendering it. It's just an empty value though. Let's just put, instead of key, let's just write something. Key. Yeah, okay, now it's rendering it. Let's go back and add our star instead of key. Save this. And we have our stars. So we don't need to put it on the parent, we can just put it here. So orange 400, and instead of gap 2 I can do gap 1. Go back, and we're rendering our stars. Let's try gap 1 pixel. Yeah, I think that looks nice. I can work with this. So we have all our different ratings. So in case you have it on the back end, this is a way of rendering out your stars in a simple way. So now what we can do is we can add an add to cart button. So I'm going to set the min height to 96. Or no, that's not what I wanted. You know what, I'm just going to remove the height now because we don't need it. And we can make this height 96 and just remove this height altogether. All right, now we can just add stuff and it'll get bigger as we add more things. So let's add an add to cart button. So button add to cart class name cursor pointer with full py. I'm gonna go with 4 and a bg white for now. Let's try bg white. Go back. Let's make the font bolder and let's make it a little bit bigger. So text XL. Let's make the padding a little less. And let's add some spacing. So let's just do a margin top of 2. And we have our carousel. So these are still visible for some reason. Let's go and see why that is. Slider. It is grouped. Okay, so it is doing something. So we need to figure out why it's not going away when we're not hovering over it. Okay, let's see. Oh, we have more hovers here. We don't want this here. Let's go and see now. Yeah, now it's not visible. So whenever I hover over it, that's when it's going to show the controls. And I can just go left to right to left, and it works fine. You know what I want to do? I want to add a label here so we know what this is. So let's add some text on the top. Let's add in the featured section, let's add a title. So a div in an h2. I'm gonna call it featured products. We're gonna give it a class name text 4XL, text white, font bold. Let's go back to our, yeah, there we go. And let's give this div a px of 20. There we go. Let's give this a gap or flex column. You know what? I don't really want to do a flex column. Let's just add a margin, just because it's simpler. Margin bottom 10, and we have our featured products. Okay. Next, what I want is a list of our products that are selling. So since this is a carousel, we can add like another section that has the list showing the products individually. So like you can just keep scrolling down. But here's the special thing that I want to do. There's a thing called a Masonry layout. So I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but what basically is it's uneven grids. So one product has a different height, one has a different height, and they're just stacked on top of each other. So it's a dynamically set up heights. So it's a very uneven but pretty effect. So let's try and make that. So let's go into organism. I'm going to add it's the product list. Let's go into the file, product or index.tsx, RAFCE, product list. Let's add a Masonry from MUI Lab. This is a very, very cool component. Let's add the Masonry here. And call our product list, product data. And we can just map over it for now. Since we don't have a card yet, we don't really have anything to render. We can just render an empty div. So let's say, you know what, I think we should do it inside a div just so we can add titles to it. Otherwise you have to use fragments. I don't really want to use a fragment. Okay, so one div here, we can add a title, h2. This is our, let's say, best sellers. Best selling products. Let's give it a class name, text white, and font bold, text 4XL, and let's give it a class name. Actually, we don't need to give it here, we can just give it to the parent since it's all going to be centered. So class name px20, flex column, and just give it a gap of 10 and save. Oh no, we're not gonna save yet, we don't have anything here. So product key, we can just render a div for now. Key product class name bgred 400. Let's just keep it this way. Now we can export this. So export default as product. Do we have a product list? Oh, sorry. Default as product. Let's see what we call this. Yeah, product list. Okay. Product list from product list. Save this. Go to our app. Import the product list. Copy it and paste it here. Go back. Yeah, we have our Masonry. Now we can do, I guess we can do 3. You know what? I think we should add one more product just so it's 4 on both rows. So let's go to our API and just let's copy this one and add it a second time. Even our carousel is going to get updated, so we'll have an extra product. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go into molecules and create product list card. Index.tsx RAFCE product list card. Save. Go into index. Export default as product card list from product list card. Okay. Even for this card, I don't think we're gonna need any atoms because it's not that, there's not a lot of depth to this, so there's no real use for making a separate component. You could make one for headings, but that's there's no real point to that. So div, let's make props or interface in this case, since we're passing data. product list card. We have a title string. We have a price number. We have an image string. Oh, and actually we have a rating number. Let's go down. Let's add this here. Product list card. Let's go down here, add title, price, rating, and image. Class name, flex column. Let's add a second div. Let's add an image. So img src image class name h full width full. Let's do a width full and a height of, I'm not going to give this a height, it's just going to be dynamic. Let's see how this looks without any data. So we can actually just see how it looks without the title and anything. All we need is the picture. So let's go back to our Masonry layout, which is this one. And let's import product list card. And let's try and render it. So product list card. We can use the spread operator to get all the products in. A key value as the key. And save. Hopefully this is working. There we go. This is what we wanted. So you can see they're all stacked together in different heights. Because they're not the same, you can get this really cool looking effect. Let's actually make it 3 by 3. So if you want to change how many columns you have, you can just pass in a prop called columns, and I'll just say 3 for now. There we go. So now we have 3 of them. And you can see how cool this looks. You have your products, you can just tack the info here, and it looks really nice. Just a great effect. A lot of popular websites like Etsy also have this kind of effect on their website. You can actually add rounded borders if you want, but I'm not going to do that because the entire website is pretty edgy. Okay, let's go back. You can actually increase the spacing with this value. You can add a number here and save. And now we have them spaced out, but we obviously don't want that much space, so we can just make it less. No, I was happy with the default. I don't want to change this. And if you want to add breakpoints, you can just put another object in. You can write sm1 md. I want 2 on md, and on large I want 3. So now to make it smaller, it's going to be responsive. Okay, now let's add some info here. Let's go back to our product card and let's just fill out all the information. So I'm going to add a div with the h2 title, class name, and I'm gonna say text. We can just copy the same effect we had here. Let's just copy this. We don't really need to add something else. We can import star. So import star from @MUI material icons and save. Let's go back. I could maybe add some padding to these. So px10, px10. I don't really want to add padding to the images, so I'm just going to do it separately since we don't have a common parent. Okay. Do I really like this? I'm not sure. I don't really think I like it that much. We could add some gap actually. So let's add some gap just to make it spread out a little bit. So gap. Okay, too much gap. You know what? You know what? We don't really need these last bits. I don't think we need them. Let's try removing them. Let's see how just the title and price looks. Do I still like this? No, I don't think I do. Maybe a little more gap would be nice. Not here, but actually just from the card price and everything. Yeah, I think that this looks, I can work with this. We could obviously come up with something much better, but we're gonna have, that's gonna take a little while to actually think of a design that looks nice, so it's better to just keep it this way. Okay. I'm trying to see why there's a white line under here. Never mind. So we have our slider at the top, our hero section, we have the animation, we have a carousel that looks like a PS4 stacked card. I really like the way this is laid out. This is PS4, the way the PS4 cards used to show. That was actually something I really liked. And we have our Masonry layout. So in the next section, we're going to add the FAQs and accordions. We're going to create a custom accordion with the animation with framer motion. So you're going to learn how to make your own accordions without using a third-party library or anything, and have those cool transitions, that slow-mo opening and closing. And then we're going to make the footer. So in the next section, we'll start building the FAQs, just like any other e-commerce website normally has. So I will see you there. Okay guys, so let's move over to the FAQ section. So I have this some more constants made. So we have a bunch of FAQ questions, just some dummy data, question 1, lorem ipsum, dummy text, the standard stuff. So for this, let's first create an accordion. So an accordion would be something that we can make in atoms because it's one specific element that can make a bigger component. So accordion would go in the atoms. Let's make a index file, index.tsx. Let's do RAFCE accordion. Save that. We can go and export default as accordion from accordion. Save. Okay. So let's start by building the basic structure. So what we can do is we should create the interface. Let's simply make out an interface. So an interface I accordion, and we can just pass in this. Next, what we want to do is we want to just pass in the props. So title, which is a string, and the other one was summary, which is also a string. We can pass in the accordion as a, let me just give it the types first. So I accordion, and we have a title and a summary. Oh my god, summary. All right, right now we can just give it the title and just call it like this. We don't really need to do much. We can give it a class name of bg white and a width of full. For now, that's all we're doing. Now let's go and create the animation first, because the animation is probably the hardest thing here. This is the actual complex part of this component. The rest is pretty straightforward. We can always come back to that. So let's go into animations and animation config. I'm going to make a animation called open content. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get a custom height set up. So when you open the accordion, you basically get a custom height, and when you close it, it just automatically goes back to 0. So this is what we're trying to achieve. So for initial, I'm going to do a height of 0. Hopefully this works out. And for animate, we're doing a height of auto with a transition inside the animate object that is going to have a height duration of, let's say, 0.4 for now. So our animate object is going to have a height of auto with the height transition from 0 to auto taking 0.4 seconds. So whenever it expands, it takes 0.4 seconds to expand. Next, we want the exit animation. For the exit, it's pretty much the same thing. Height goes back to 0 with a transition of height. That duration takes about 0.4 seconds again. Just keep it set the same. We don't really need much more than this. So we have our animation for the accordion. This is the main thing that we need. We can import our motion component. Import motion. And actually we're going to just type it like this, motion. And we also need the animate presence, because there's an exit animation. We need animate presence in order to get it to work. So we have both of them. Now what we can do is, let me just think of a nice style that we can work with. So first we're gonna make the outer border. So let's make that first. Let's get an arrow. So import from MUI icons. We need an arrow. Let's see if there is an arrow. Arrow down. I think this one works. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm gonna make another div inside. So div with the title and the arrow downward. Let's give it a class name flex row, justify content. Oh, sorry, justify between, and save. And let's just see how it looks for now. Let's go back to our organism and let's make a new organism. We'll call it FAQs. Let's make a new file here, index.tsx, RAFCE, FAQs section. Save that. Go to index, export default as FAQ section from FAQs. Okay, let's go back to our component. Let's import the accordion. Right now I just want to see how it looks. Let's import something. Let's import the FAQ questions. But before we actually use them, let's actually build out the section itself. So this is going to take up, I want it to take the full height of the window. So I'm going to give it a height of screen and flex column. Next, I want to add a actually let's add a div. In fact, no, H1 is fine. H2, we'll call it FAQs. No, actually frequently asked questions. Let's give it a class name, text white, font bold, text 4XL. This is actually going to be centered, so items center. And under it, I'm going to make another div, which is going to have a class name bgred 400 and flex1 for now, and just give it some random text. Let's go and import this in the apps, and we're gonna say FAQ section, put it under our product list, FAQ section, save it. Let's go back, and obviously it's not, we didn't give it a full width yet, so that's something we forgot. Let's go back to FAQ, and let's say width is full. I think that should work. Yeah. So now we have our FAQ section. What we can do is we can just give it a padding Y of 20 and a padding X of 20 just to see how it looks. Yeah, I think that works. So we don't need to actually write them separately if they're the same. And we can, yeah, that looks fine to me. What we can do is we can add some gap here. Gap Y5. You know, actually I'm going to try gap Y10. Let's try 10. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay, so inside this component, this is where we're going to render our accordion basically. So let's remove this. Let's just start mapping right here just to save us time. So FAQ question dot map, and let's say item and key. We're gonna say accordion spread operator item key is just key. Save this. Let's go back, and we have our 4 questions. All right, now what we want to do is we want to create 2 portions here. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create 2 different portions. Let's give it a overflow hidden at the parent, overflow hidden, and I think we already have a, yeah, we need the flex and the flex column just so they're stacked vertically. And what we can do here is we can actually just add another div under it, and I'm thinking we can, I'm not sure if we, let me think, oh yeah, so we can do animate presence right here. We already have the icon over there. We don't really need to do that a second time. What we can do is we can add some state here. So const is open and set is open, react.use state, and this should be a boolean value. Let me import React. You can actually define boolean here. Okay. And let's say const handle set handle open accordion equals set is open. And here's a cool trick to basically return the opposite of what you have right now. So change the state each time you click. What we can do is we can say previous state is equal to not previous state. So every time you click, if it's true, it'll be false. If it's false, it'll be true. This is an easier way of returning without using an if statement or a ternary operator. This is a simpler way of doing this. Okay, so we can provide a condition here, just like we did in the underline animation. So is open and motion. I think we can provide the motion and not give it a div. I don't really think we need to give it a div here. Let's just try it. So I'm gonna say animation is the open content. Do we need to pass in a div? You know what, I'm just gonna give it a class name here. BG white. I'll give it a div anyway. And we can have the summary over here. Okay. So we have our summary. And we can have a look at how this looks. You know, actually we need to give the button here, or icon. I hope this does have an on-click prop. Handle open accordion. Save, let's go back. Let's click here. And there we go, we have our animation working. Now we can style this. We actually need to rotate something we did not see. We can actually rotate this button, but we'll do that afterwards. Once we've set up the design, basically. So let's quickly do the design. We can do a universal padding, I guess. Padding X 10 and padding Y is 16. Let's see how that looks. Okay, no, that's not working. Let's try it here. PX20 and PY5. Yeah, this is what we want. But our text is not really looking nice, so let's just do the text first. We can do an H2 here with the title. Class name. Let's say text 3XL. Font bold. And I'm gonna give it a PX of 10. Yeah, that's too big. Let's make it smaller. Let's give it a PY of 6. We can actually space it out also. So if we go back to our FAQs, we can write here flex call and gap y, let's say 2. There we go. Now let's go back to the accordion. We can actually style our summary. So class name, I'm gonna say px10 py6 again. Yeah. So you can actually open them separately. Let's style our text. We can say text LG. We don't need it to be bold because it's not a question. You know what? I want to shrink this accordion down a little bit so we can add paddings on both sides. PX56 for larger screens, XL screens. Yeah, I think this works. We can just center the whole thing down. If we remove flex 1, we can actually center everything. So justify center. Yeah, there we go. So let's go back and actually do the rotation. So whenever you click on this button, it rotates the opposite way. So to do that, we can go back to our animation config file and create an animation called rotate icon with an initial of rotate 0, and I'm gonna do an animate rotation for this. We can do, you know, I think we actually need state for this animation. So to pass state here, we can actually, I mean, I'm just gonna keep it to 180 for now. Rotate 180 and transition would be rotate 0. Since it's not in, we're not positioning it differently, we're just rotating. You can add it inside transition. So these are just things you can read off the documentation to actually make sense of them, because you can interchange properties. Let's go back to the accordion. We can pass it on to here, motion and animation. We can say rotate icon. Rotate icon, we can save this. Okay, so it's obviously doing it the opposite way. Let's go back here and see why we're having this problem. You know, guys, I think we can just do a conditional here. That would probably be much simpler. Again, we're not trying to overcomplicate things. We're trying to get it done in a nice but efficient way. So arrow upward, import that. Let's move the on click to a span or a div. So I'm going to say div and put this, copy the whole thing. Inside the div, what we can do is we can say open if is open is true. We can do the other, and if it's false, we can do the upward arrow. I mean, if it's true, we can do the upward arrow, and if it's false, we can do downward. We don't need to pass the on click here. We can simply pass it on the div. So class on click and handle open accordion. Save that. Let's go to our, and now we have our accordion set up. Again, you can add more things to this. There's really no, okay, so it's actually scrolling up. Is it scrolling up? Yeah, it's taking up space, that's why. You know, we can actually just fix the height so it doesn't do that. So let's go here and actually give it a fixed height. So I'm gonna say height 96. Let's just see BG red 400 where it goes. No, or we can actually just do a height of 70 VH. BG red 400. Yeah, I think 70 might be too much. Let's make it 60. So yeah, I think 60 works. Maybe try 50. Or we can do max height. Max age of 90, 50 VH. Yeah, now it's actually centered properly. So we can just remove this. And we have our accordion with FAQs. And this is completely reusable. You can use it anywhere you like. This isn't just for this. You can actually use it wherever using it might be useful. There's no limitation to it. Even our slider is pretty much, you can use it anywhere you want. Alright, so these are basically the important parts. What I'm trying to get you guys to learn is how to make these things and how to actually implement them, and not just focus on how the website looks, but actually make sure you know how to make different components work. Because that's really important, because in order to actually get better at this, you need to practice building small components that can be reused, and you can use them in different variations and not just one of them. Just like the slider, you can pretty much use it like this or this. It's the same component. There's no difference. Okay, so we have the important stuff down. In the next section, before we actually move on to something like the footer, because the footer is, honestly, it's pretty simple. There's no real thing to it. You just have to put a div at the end and some padding with some text in it. That's pretty much all it is. So a footer is not that important. What we have to do now is add a cart section to the navbar and make sure this page is responsive. So by responsive, I mean we'll convert this navbar into a side drawer, and things like that. So on mobile, you'll be able to access the cart from the side drawer, the navbar from the side drawer, and all the fancy stuff that a mobile app has. And you'll be able to see how to create variants for different screen sizes. So for example, on desktop we have a full navbar, but on mobile we can have the sidebar instead, and this disappears. So in the next section we'll start doing that. We'll start making this website fully responsive, and I'll see you there. Okay guys, let's start building out the side drawer here. So let's just convert this into a mobile screen instead of a full screen computer. Okay, so you see we have some problems here. This is probably because of the padding. Let's go to our layout and see what we have. So we do have some gaps here. Let's actually go and see why this might be happening. Okay, I'm gonna see if giving it a full width actually fixes it. Width screen, reload. I think it might be because of the navbar. So I can try just commenting the navbar out and see if that fixes it. Yeah, there we go. It's the navbar. Okay, no problem. What we can do is, before we actually make the mobile version, let's make a custom hook. So a hook is basically something we can use from time to time to help us. So we can make a folder called hooks, and we should actually make this outside the components folder. So in source, we have hooks, and inside hooks, I'm going to create a hook called use window size .ts, and we're gonna do a export const use. Actually, it's not a component, so you don't need to make it all caps. Use window size, and it's going to return something. So in this case, we're going to return state. There's a hook that MUI gives us called use media query. This is a really nice hook. What we can do is we can actually create our own breakpoints. So const breakpoints, since it's a constant, let's make it all caps. Break points, and it's an object with SM being, let's say, 640, MD being 820, LG being 1200. You know what, I'm gonna make this 920. LG being 1200 and XL being, let's say, 2000, because we don't really need to care too much about a bigger screen. So let's make it 2000. Okay. We have our breakpoints. What we can do here is const is mobile equals use media query with a template literal, and I'm gonna say min width would be set to breakpoints dot sm. For now, that's all we need. We don't need to worry about the rest of them because we're only focusing on mobile. So is mobile, we can return that, and we have our hook. So now let's go to our components folder and back into molecules. We're going to create a new folder called sidebar. Inside sidebar, we can make a file called index.tsx, RAFCE, sidebar, save it. You can quickly export it. Let's copy this, paste, sidebar, and this is called sidebar. Is it not in the folder? Oh, we're in organisms. My bad. Let's go back to molecules. Copy this, paste it. Sidebar, and we'll call this sidebar. Okay, we have our sidebar. What we can do now is basically go into our layout, and just to see if our hook is working, we can write use window size and say const is mobile from, oh sorry, equals use window size, and we can conditionally render our navbar. So if is mobile, for now render nothing, and if it's not mobile, you can render the navbar. Save that, go back to our page, and we should be able to get rid of our navbar now. Let's reload. sometimes. Let's just comment this out for now so we can load it up faster. Okay, let me turn off the server. There might be something up with the syntax for the hook. I might have caused a typo somewhere. Or it might be max width and not min width. Let's actually go and check it out. Use media query from MUI. Here we go. Let's see where it is. Ah, here it is. Okay. Okay, so I actually don't need the second set of parentheses here. I can just do this. Save. Let's go back to our layout and render this out. Okay, we have our navbar rendering. Let's make it smaller. Okay. Alright, so it's not rendering the navbar. Let's go back here. Let's make this min width and see if that fixes it. Let's try and console log this to see what's happening. Again, these things happen and you can easily figure out a solution if you just be patient and actually think about what might be happening. So let's go to isMobile. And go to the console. It's false right now. It is staying false actually. Okay. Go back to window size and try to figure out what might be wrong. Ah, no pixels. That should fix it. Alright, that's not fixing it. Let's try to figure out why. Okay, we do need the parentheses, but we don't need it where I put it. We need it over here. This is where we need the parentheses. Hopefully that should fix it. It's still not fixed. Ah, okay, so it's the reverse now. So max width. There we go. Now it's not rendering the navbar. So that's part one of what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so now we actually have something. We can render out something else depending on the screen size. Now we can import the sidebar. Copy and paste it here. And paste. And we have our sidebar at the top. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to create something called a drawer. A drawer is basically the thing that would open from the side, or the sidebar that's actually the thing that actually creates the sidebar. It's called a drawer basically. So we need to create a component called drawer index.tsx rafce drawer, and MUI is nice enough to provide us with a drawer that works perfectly. So import from MUI material. We need a drawer as MUI drawer and the drawer props. Let's create a type called drawer props. We can just write this as MUI drawer props. So I'm basically giving it an alias. You can set a different name using the as keyword. Let's put this equal to and extend it with the MUI drawer props. So we have all the props we need. And right now I don't think I need anything else. We can simply go down and just use them directly. Give it a rest keyword, and we can write drawer, pass in rest, and give it, we do actually need children. Children would be a react.react node or a JSX.element. Let's import back React because we lost it. Okay, there we go. Let's save it, give it children. You have to pass in the prop here as well. And make sure rest is at the end and you never put it at the front because otherwise it doesn't know what rest means. So it has to be at the end. And this was actually MUI drawer, so my bad. Okay. So this actually does have a few props that we can use. For right now, let's import it into our sidebar. Okay, here's our sidebar. We can import the drawer. Oh, we're not exporting it. 1 second. Let's go and export this. So drawer. Save this. Let's go back to the sidebar and import our drawer. And let's quickly create a wrapper with it. We can add a div here with a class name bg white and a height full. And let's just add some content here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to add an anchor point. So anchor would be left. And we need to pass some state here. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in, create a local state variable. Afterwards, we're going to move into context API. But for now, let's just, to test it, we can add our own button. Equals use react.use state. And let's just make it true so we can see it. You know, actually I could have just made this true instead. I don't really need the state. Let's save this. And look, we have our drawer opening and it's covering the app. It's not taking any space. We can actually increase the width of it. So class name width 11 out of 12. Let's see if that fixes it. Width full. Alright, let me see why that might be happening. BG red 400. Okay. We can just make this white. We don't really need the front div. BG white. go back here. Okay, so content is still having issues. Let's give it a width of screen for now. And it's taking up the entire width. Okay, let's see why it might be not giving us enough space. Width 9 out of 12. Okay. Let me open our console. So this is our div, and it's taking up about this much space. This is what we need to expand. Let's see. This is the backdrop. You know, we can just make use of whatever space we need. We don't really need to define the width beforehand, because I could do that with custom CSS, but I really don't want to, because we can just get by without doing that. So what we can do is we can write px10 on both sides and just fill it up with content. And let's see what width 96 looks like. Yeah, I think that works fine too. Width 96 is actually working fine. Okay, let's give this a px of 5 and a py of 10. And for now, we have to keep that open so we can actually see what we have. And I want to pass in the menu items, basically. So menu items. Let's see what we had in menu items, because I don't really remember. Okay, it's flex row here. Let's make it LG, otherwise flex call. Let's go back to our sidebar and just paste that here. Menu items, save. And we still have our animation. It just needs a little tweaking, but it is still working, so we can, let's make the background something else. Let's make it black. Let's try gray 600. And let's do a justify end here. But what we want to do is, since it's doing a flex grow, it's going to take up the entire space. I don't really want it to do that. You know what we can do? We can make a separate component entirely, so we have more customization. So let's just skip this part and just make a second menu items called sidebar items. And let's call this index.tsx RAFCE sidebar items. Let's import a menu item here. Go back to menu items. We can import this entire thing here. Actually we can copy the whole thing. Copy, paste. We can quickly add an import statement if my VS Code would let me. And we can do a flex column. I don't think we need the flex one here. We can do a items start. And let's give this a px of 10. We don't really need that much. Save. Let's go back to our sidebar. Import sidebar items. Copy and paste. Yeah, now our width is actually looking nice. And you can obviously add a gap here just to get some more customization. So gap Y. Oh, I added it to the wrong one. Sidebar items. Gap Y10. And you can add more things here, but this is just a standard like sidebar with our nav links. Now what we're gonna do now is something called context API. In the next section, we're gonna hook this sidebar up with a menu button using context, because I don't want to make a lot of unnecessary nestings. Context is just a much easier way to manage state globally, and obviously using it would show you guys how to implement things with context, and it's obviously a good learning experience. So I'll see you in the next section when we start using context for this sidebar component. Okay guys, so now we're gonna start working on the sidebar to basically get the animation for open, close, and all the fun stuff. So we have our sidebar done. Basically all we need to do now is actually create some controls. Let's go to our drawer again. I'm going to import close from icon, and we can just put the icon here. So I'm gonna put close sometimes I forget what I'm typing. This typing too much does that to you. So on click, I'm gonna keep it empty for now. We're gonna pass in another prop called on close, which is void and optional in case you don't want to add it. So I'm gonna put on close here. You actually have to define it. Okay, on close, and we can just keep it like this. I'm going to give it a class name of absolute. Actually we can just make it a header. We don't really want to. Since we're going to use this for the card, it makes sense to have some reusable aspects. I'm going to put a div here. I'm going to put the on close inside the div, or let's give it a heading, just so we know which drawer is used for which purpose. So I'm going to give it a title, optional, string, and we're going to put the title here in our props. Title, and then close. Let's give this div a class name flex row, justify between, and we can just give it some padding. Actually, I think the whole thing has padding. Or no, I don't really think we do. So just put 10. And you can just do the on close again like we did before. On close and save. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so we have something. We don't have a text right now, that's why it's not going to the other side, but we can fix that. We can go to our sidebar, and where's the side? Here's our sidebar. We can go to our sidebar. We can put a class title called sidebar, or you can put logo or anything else you like, and we have our sidebar there. We can go back to the drawer. Where is the drawer? Here it is. Okay, we can go back here. We can add some styles to it. We don't really need the, we can actually put the background color here as well. So let me just see where I put the sidebar. Here it is, BG Gray 600. You can obviously put paper. There's a component called paper to get the background, but for simplicity, I'm just gonna put the same color here. And we have our heading setup, so we can add some padding Y as well. So let's say 10. Can actually make the whole thing like this. Save. I can put some text size, text large, and font bold. Go back. You know, I can probably make this 2XL and text white. And class name would be cursor pointer. Go back. And since this is mobile, you obviously can't tell what's happening. But we can go and say items center, so they're both centered. And there we go. We have our sidebar. It's not that complex, but you get the functionality. You can obviously add more things to it if you want. Now what we want to do is have the close animation, so when I open and close, it should work. For that, there's basically two ways of doing it. There's an easier way. We can just use props as in, nest them, or we can use context. I'm going to use context because it's harder, and you obviously need a demonstration on how to use context with different use cases. So we're just going to use context just to make it a challenge and for a learning experience. So let's make a folder called context, and let's make a file called usecontext.tsx. Now with TypeScript, there's a little bit of a difference when using context. You can't just use an empty use context or create context. You have to provide some initial values to it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create React import React from React. If you learn context with JavaScript and not TypeScript, you're going to get some issues with when it tries to run it, because TypeScript, you need something as an initial value, and with simple JavaScript you can just leave it empty as it is. So I'm going to give it a type called context props, and we're going to give it, for now, let's just say open sidebar, and this is obviously a Boolean value, and set open sidebar, which would be a react.dispatch. Give it a prev Boolean, and you can just add the end here, and Boolean. So this is us defining our function basically. And there is something else you can do. Put a comma here. Okay, we're getting some red lines. Let me see why we're getting a red line. You're not supposed to get a red line here, but oh well. Okay, let's just try it without types for now. Oh, I see the issue. You're not supposed to have this set here. Okay. So we were writing it right. I just didn't notice that part there. So Boolean. Yeah, now we don't have a red line. Okay. Now what we can do is we can create a second type called children props, which would have our children prop. So react node jsx.element. Okay, now we have our props. Now we're going to create an object called initial values. This is what we're going to pass on to the context. So initial values with the props set as context props. Give it an object. Let's make this values, not value. And inside the values, you can just use the props that you defined above. So open sidebar is going to be false here, and it's an object. So set open sidebar is going to be a function that is undefined. And we have our initial values. And if you want to add more state, you can just add on stuff to the props and then add them to the initial values, whatever kind of state you want to use globally. This is the way of adding more to them. Think of this as boilerplate code. So now I can do a const, let's say context. I'm gonna say use context or app context. Since we're using this generally, I'm thinking of a name that works for every use case. So react dot create context and initial values. We can provide the props like we did above. Context props. And now we created our context basically. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a function. So export const, which is a provider basically. Export const app context provider, which is the children props. Actually we don't need to define this here. This was the old way of doing it. I'm sorry, the new way is to define them in the parentheses. So we have our function. We can just define children props, give it children, go down, and now we can create some state variables. So since our state is called open sidebar and set open sidebar, we can just do that. React dot use state boolean, and this is an initial values dot open sidebar. So we have our state defined. This is our global state now, and we're going to return this to our app. So we'll make a variable called values, and inside values we can write open sidebar and set open sidebar. Under here we're going to return the provider. So this is going to come from the context basically. So to do that we can just write app context, and in app context we can dot provider and children. This is supposed to take a values prop, so value would be our values. So now we're passing a reusable provider. So anything we want to add on to our state, we can just put it in values, and they'll be automatically given to the provider. and you can use them. So now let's do one more thing. We can convert this into a hook, so we don't have to use context whenever we import the file. It'll automatically have used the context, and we can just destructure the state from it. So to do that, you can do a export. I'm going to call this use context, or use app context, which is going to be a function that is going to have a const with some destructure, a spread operator state. So spread the state out, which is equal to react dot use context, and has the app context inside, and we can simply return this spread out state. So let's try to see what's happening here. Basically, I'm going to use the context, so all these two are going to be given to me as objects, and I'm going to put them equal to an spread out state. So these two are basically already destructured. You have this boundary is going to be taken off basically. And now whenever you want to use context, you can simply call this use context app and just destructure your state out. You don't need to provide the use context hook and app context every time you want to use this state. You don't have to do this. This will work without this function, but this just makes it a little more easier to destructure it out, and you don't have to make imports every time and use this hook separately every time whenever you need the global state. So now what we can do is we can do export default app context provider. We're exporting it by default, and we're exporting it as a module. Whichever works for you is fine. Since we have all this, now we have our context set up. This is basically boilerplate. You can do this for every type of context you want and just replace the values with your own, any type of state, any type of variable name that you want. So you can actually save this and use it for future references. Save. Let's go back to our sidebar. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to my navbar first. So since our mobile also has to have a navbar, we're gonna make a mobile navbar. I'm going to create a file inside index.tsx raxe mobile navbar. Save this, export it, mobile navbar default as this from mobile navbar. Okay, let's go to our layout, and instead of using the sidebar, we can just use the mobile navbar. Copy this and paste it here, and we can call the sidebar into the mobile navbar. And let's go to mobile navbar and import. A lot of bars here. Sidebar. And we can simply put the sidebar at top. Since it's a drawer, you don't have to worry about it positioning somewhere. It's automatically going to have position absolute, so it's not going to take up space for other elements. It's going to be an overlay. Now what you can do is you can put another div here. Let's make this div class name bg black flex row, and we're gonna import the menu icon from material, and we can simply put that here, menu and just for now I'm going to put some text on the other side. So icons, justify between items center and text is white. Save this. It's obviously going to be over the overlay, so it's not gone. That's fine. We can go back to our sidebar and just keep this false for now. Let's go back. And we have our menu at the top. Let's actually put some padding here. So I'm going to put px10 on both sides. Let's go back. We have our padding. Let's add some padding y also. So pxy and px10. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Let's make the menu icon bigger. So it has a property called font size. I can just make it large. There we go. So what we want is that on click, this should open the sidebar. And since we're using context, we don't need to provide any nested props. So let's do that. So use app context from our context API. And let's just destructure is equal to use app context. Let's get our set is open sidebar. And let's create a function called handle open sidebar, which is going to be set open sidebar with a previous boolean. Oh, I'm sorry, we need double parentheses. Prev boolean is equal to not prev. We don't have a red line, so that's a good thing. Now let's go to our menu icon. On click, let's put our function here, handle open sidebar, and save. Now we can go to our actual sidebar and import the app use context. Also, we didn't put the provider at the top level. We need to do that as well. So it's not going to work right now, but let's just set it up before we do that. So const use app context open sidebar. We also need the set open sidebar. Let's put open sidebar in open and just save it for now. We can go to our main app, which has all our, here. Or you can just go to app and just put it here. That works too. You can even go to your layout and do this, whichever you prefer. So I'm gonna do it in layout. So app provider app context provider. Am I sure it's called app context? Yeah, it's called app context provider. Let's copy this, paste. And now everything in our layout has access to this. So save it. Our file should look fine. And we have our sidebar. Right now it's not going to close because we're not providing an on close, but our navbar is, sidebar is definitely working. Let's go to our sidebar again. Copy this function from mobile. And go back to our sidebar. Put this here. And provide the on close. Save it. We can remove this. And now we should have a working sidebar. And there we go. And we have the nice animation to go along with it. You know, I think we can make the drawer darker. Let's make it 700. See how that looks. Yeah, I think I like this one. Let's make the other one 700. It was in drawer. Yeah. Let's make this 700. Go back, and we have our side drawer working. All right, guys, congratulations. If you made it this far and you made the drawer, you're basically on your way to learning all the important stuff. Now, what next thing we want to do is, in the next section, I'm going to start making the card icon. So put a card icon here and get our card to open from this side. Just like the drawer from the left, we're going to get a card from the right side. All right, guys, let's start building out a cart for both the desktop and the mobile version. Let's go to our app again. I have this open, and I'm going to go into components, and inside molecules, we're going to create, actually, you know what, let's just keep it inside molecules because it's going to go into a navbar, and so it makes sense to keep it in molecules. So let's make a cart folder. Let's quickly make the cart or index.tsx RAFCE. I'm going to call this cart. Save. Let's go to our navbar real quick. So here, and I'm gonna import a cart icon from MUI icons. See if they have one. Cart, or let's try basket. Okay, I don't think they have a basket even. Let's try shopping cart. Shopping bag. Okay, we have one. Let's try shopping bag. Now let's go into, right before our menu items, we can actually add we can add it before the button here. So let's quickly add the shopping bag right here, and we can save this and see how it looks. Or it's not visible right now, we have to give it a color. So let's give it a color BG white. Save. Okay, that's the wrong one. Let's try text white. There we go. Now we have our shopping bag. We can actually make it a little bigger with font size large. Go back, and it's now a large button. And here we can say flex row, items center, and justify, or let's just say gap 5. Hopefully 5 is good enough. You know, let's make it a little more. Let's make it 10. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's make the basket actually gray, and on hover we can make it text white with a transition of duration 150. Let's go see. Yeah, I think that looks fine. We can actually add a cursor pointer. Save. Yeah, I think we can work with this. So we have our cart. Let's do it for the mobile version. Or actually, we can do the desktop first and then move to mobile at the same time. Let's go into our context and create a new state variable. We'll call this open cart boolean. I'm getting really tired of typos. Set open cart. This is a react.dispatch with a prev boolean and boolean. So it's the same thing basically, just a different name. We can go here and add open cart. All right, we need to add the comma first. Open cart is false. Set open cart is undefined. Let's make a new state here. Const. Let's set it equal to react.use state. We'll give it a type boolean. Initial values dot open cart. Let's add our cart here. Open cart and set open cart. We can put all the values into the value object. Open cart and set open cart, and now we have access to it. That's all we need to do to create a global state. Now we can go back to our navbar and import use context or use app context. Const equals use app context. We can add the is set cart open, const handle set cart open equals set cart open to prev and not prev. Okay, we have our function. We can copy this and put it here. On click, save. Let's bring this down so we can actually see what's happening. Save. Okay, now we have our cart function. What we can do is we can go into the cart component, import drawer, and we can import use app context. We can quickly destructure use app context is cart cart open, and we also need the set cart open. So we have both of them. We can simply use our drawer, give it some props. So open would be open cart, and on close would be we can write the same function we did over there. We can just copy this, or you can put it in the hook if you want, but honestly it's not that big of a function to separate it. So we can put this here, close. Let's make a div and put in class name bg white, width of let's say 96 again. We need an anchor. This time the anchor is right, and we can just write cart here and see what it looks like. We can even add the title. As I recall, we had a prop called title, so let's add a title app cart. Save. We don't really need this right now. We can bring this entire thing, actually we need to export it first. We can go into our index file and quickly export default as cart from cart. Save. go to navbar, import cart, and we can just place the cart. Actually, we don't need to place it here. My bad. We have to place it in the layout since it's part of the layout, not the navbar. So we can just go into our navbar. We can, I mean, yeah, we can place it here. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's positioned absolute, so it doesn't matter. Cart, save. Let's go back. And there we have our cart working. So now we have a cart and a sidebar. So let's open the phone version and our sidebar. We also need the cart for the mobile version, so let's quickly add that. It'll take 2 seconds basically. We can go into the mobile navbar, and where we have icons, we can just import shopping bag and place the shopping bag right here. Give it a class name. Actually, we can just copy what we have on the other version. We don't need to do it all over again. So copy this, paste it, save, and we should have our cart right here. Since this is mobile, we don't need to add a hover effect because mobiles don't have a cursor, so there's no real point to it. We can remove the cursor pointer. We can just add a text white. We don't need to add the effect. And what we can do now is simply do a align center. Items are centered, so let's go into, let's call our open set cart open. Save this. Let's copy our function. Save this. And let's copy this and place it on click. One thing I'm noticing is this probably won't work because it's not gonna work now. So the reason is our cart is in the navbar and the navbar doesn't render below a certain point. So let's just remove it from here. That's why we should put it in the layout, just so we don't have to do it a second time. Save it. Go into layout. Import it from cart. We have our cart here. We can simply put it somewhere. Let's just put it at the top. It doesn't matter where we put it, to be honest. All right. I think we need to also provide some things for it. Yeah, no, I don't think we do. There we go. So our cart is now working on both mobile and on desktop. You can obviously make changes to this. We can add the background color similar to the other one. So the color is basically, let's go find out where the drawer is. So in drawer, we can see the color. This is gray 700. Go back to our cart, and instead of white, we can just add a gray 700. And let's add a padding X of 10 like we did all the other places. Go back. Okay. Let's make the height full. There we go. So now our cart is also working. And you can add stuff here. You can add products. You can add more things depending on what your requirements are. For now, I'm just going to keep it like this because we don't really need to. add products here since it's just a front-end landing page. There are not really any real products here, but just to get the functionality here, that's what I'm trying to show you guys. So you have a cart here, you have the products, you have the sidebar cart, you have the sidebar with the animations. And now we can focus on making this page responsive. So in the next section, what we're going to do is we're just going to focus on making all this look nicer on a mobile phone instead of just on a desktop. So we still have the functionality, but it just doesn't look right. So we can quickly fix that in the next section. Okay guys, let's quickly make the page responsive. This shouldn't take too long, hardly 5-10 minutes. What we're gonna do is, the first thing I'm noticing is that we have a lot of padding on the sides, so we really need to fix that. What we can do is we can just go to our layout and see what is actually causing this padding. So if we go here, there's obviously nothing that might be causing it. Let's go to the individual sections. Okay, so here it is. So if it's a larger screen, I want the padding to be 20. If it's not that large, I want it to be 3. Let's see how that looks. Let's maybe make it 10. Honestly, 3 is not consistent with the navbar. There we go. That actually looks fine. Another thing we can do is we can go here and make the height. So this is the slide, right? Yeah, this is the slide. We can just make this 80 at large, and on a normal phone, like on a smaller device, we can make it, I'm gonna try 96, just see how it looks. Yeah, I think I like it. 96 seems reasonable. We can go to the other section, which is the products. Let's try here. Okay, so here's the same thing, LG PX20. And what we can do is we can write a PX10 again, save, go back here. This is probably, okay, this is this page. So now our products are more visible because the padding is less. So the center section, featured products, here we go. We can do the same thing, LG or PX10, go back here. And our products are not aligning right, so we can go and look at that. Okay, so this is why. Here what we can do is we can do this conditionally. So I'm gonna import our hook, use window size, or wait, what was the hook called? Window, let's try use window size. Yeah, there we go. Use window size, make it start, and then go here and say is mobile. Now what we can do is, since this is an object, we can just at the start of it write is mobile true or false. If it's true, do something, and if it's false, do something else. We can take this, paste it here, and instead of 40 we can just 80, we can write 40, so it's half, which is P10. Go back, and now it's aligned with the layout. So our top section works, the slider works. Go down to our accordion. Okay, so this is the only part that's not working right. We can go to the FAQs and just do the same thing again. It's P20. What I can do is it's LG, or otherwise P10. Let's see how that looks. There we go. That actually looks nice. So that's basically our app. I think the only thing left is the footer. We can quickly add a dummy footer here just to get it out of the way. But the footer is obviously you can put anything you want inside the footer. I'm making sure this is all reusable, so you guys don't have to worry about adding stuff on. You can basically build on top of this app if you want. Let's go here to our organism and add a footer. Let's create index.tsx RAFCE footer. We can save this, go into our index file, export default as footer from footer, save this, go back to our layout. We can quickly import the footer. Sometimes VS Code is just crazy, not gonna lie. And we can just put the footer here. And it's gonna automatically show up. Right now we can't see it because it's black for like the background, and we can go back to footer and just type in class name BG orange 400. Let's give it, go back here. We can give it a height of 96. And we can write something here if we want. We can say, let's full stack React landing page. React e-commerce landing page. We can say flex row, justify center, items, center, text white, make the text bigger. So let's try 2XL, and we can say text center, just so it's centered. Maybe make it bolder, font bold. Yeah, now we have a footer. We can put anything we want here. We can put some data, we can put some links. It doesn't really matter as long as it's working fine. So we have it part of the layout. You can just add more stuff in between and the footer will just keep moving down. All our FAQs are still working. Okay, so this is something I haven't noticed. Okay, let's see why that's happening. Let's go to our Accordion real fast. This is the FAQs. We set a max height. Okay. Let's just remove the height for now. See what happens. There we go. Okay, now it's going out of the page. That might be because of this. So let's make this LG. I'm gonna make it minimum, just so it's at least this big. And if it's not, it'll keep expanding. So we fixed the bug, no problem. Let's see if this works on the bigger screen. Yes, it does. So we now have our accordion, our footer, some layouts, a slider that's reusable. You can use it anywhere you want. You can even use it in your own app if you have it. You can just copy the code over and it'll work fine. We have our cart slider, sidebar. We have our other sidebar. We have the animations. You can use the link wrapper just to get access to other pages. It doesn't really matter. So it's all functionality. You have the hero section. And this is basically our app. Yeah, I think we're done. If you guys want me to make like a full stack app that has a backend, it's obviously going to be a lot longer than this. This video wasn't as long as something that would actually be a practical application, but obviously that's going to take realistically a much longer time to make. If we're actually building it for, let's say, a client or something, there's obviously going to be some check marks we need to make sure are there. There's a whole process we have to go through. This was obviously a simpler thing and a more of a learning experience than an actual project. So you can, I'm going to put the code on GitHub so you guys can actually see it yourself if you want. You can compare your stuff. You can actually download it off of GitHub and add on to it. You can customize it. It's all reusable. You can get the code if you want to use it in your own app. Let's say you want to use the Masonry layout or the slider. It all works. Okay. So if you enjoyed the video, guys, make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Make sure to subscribe for future content. And I'm going to post larger projects. The main purpose of my channel is I'm going to post projects and only projects. So we're not going to do small to-do lists or anything that's not really going to be much helpful. Or you can find a video basically anywhere for it. So I'm going to make sure we're going to build projects that can actually increase what you know and actually give you proper skills and things to work with. So if you enjoyed the video, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.